Hello there, everybody. This is No Name 117 Spore. It has been a little bit. I'm back. I'm back with Kerbal Space Program. It's been even longer since I played this game. Um, right now, just trying to make sure that my computer's running well because Kerbal Space Program is so heavily modded that that's actually a legitimate concern. Okay, that transition worked beautifully. I am happy with that. Anyways, yes, I'm here with Kerbal Space Program. I'm going to be starting a career mode campaign today. And, let's do this. You can see there's more flags because I've downloaded more mods. Save name is... You can kind of get a hint of some of the mods which are going to be included. Hey, ARC Trooper. Ah... That's what we're calling it, too twitchy for my PC. And I'm going into the difficulty options. Right. Days highlighting of return. Alright, so... That gets turned off. No, yeah, no doing that. Um, do not respawn missing crews. Actually, you know what? Let's go. Let's go hard. Actually, let's go moderate. Let's start with moderate. Yeah, that's fine. Just checking. So we're starting with moderate. That's where I'm going to start off with. Decline penalty is going to go down to 1. But I do want to have a little bit of a longer campaign, so I'm going to reduce science rewards down to like 50%. And maybe funds down to 80, so I have to be a little bit cheaper with that. So scrap options. I don't know about that. Advanced. So I'm not going to require a signal for control. Wait, no. Okay, they require a signal for any control rather than going to partial control when lacking signal. Yeah, we're going to have that. I will do plasma blackout as well. Do parts fail when passing their pressure limits? Yes, they will. I think that's all fine. Oh, boil off rate. Interesting. Okay, so we can just turn stuff on and off here as well, which I probably want to do. So, where is it? Okay, yeah, rescue and recovery is off. I guess collect science and exploration can be on. Although those might be off because these replace them. I think they do. So, crew R&R. Short. Max time to be considered a short mission. Okay. I will not automatically do that. Okay, so minimum and maximum time. Okay, yeah, mods enabled. That'll be fine. Alright, I wanted to get like a Google Sheet up for flights. Although we do have the captain's log, and I am recording this, so that might be something where it'll be, you know, just fine for me to go back and look at stuff later. I probably won't be inputting stuff on the stream itself, but I might want to get that sorted out. There's actually something I want to ask other people about. Alright, so colonization I have. So, okay, so yeah, no rescue contracts, construction, Pathfinder, planetary base system, research bodies. Yep, we'll do that. Tracking station at a higher level. Yeah, I'll keep that there. Okay, pulling parts from the inventory reduces cost, but recovery costs funds. Do I want to have that on or off? Overrunning funds defines the percentage you get back from selling used parts. I don't think I'll turn that on. Although we'll set that to lower. I think that'll be good. Although we will have to get settings for, what is it? The, oh, I'm trying to remember the name. But you'll have to get settings set up for the, Kerbal construction time once we're in here. And then, once that's done... Well, actually, maybe not once that's done. I'll do... I did a speech last time, I'll do a speech this time. It's not anywhere near as good as the previous one, but it will exist. Focus follows mouse. I will do that. Toolbar, controller. So, captain's log. You can see that this is actually lagging somewhat. Now, one issue I have with... I do have Eve installed, but I don't have a config in, which I need. So that's not working. Regular set of mods, or is it different? Well, I can link the mod list. If you want to see everything, that's links to all the mods. It's not a perfect mod list right now. I need to get it better sorted, but, you know, it should technically count as, you know, all the sources. I mean, if you look at the bottom here, you can see a bunch of mods. But yes, we are here once again now for the grand opening of the second Kerbal Space Center. Unfortunately, we lost rights to the first one after the Kerbal Revenue Service investigated us for saying we were selling other Kerbal's boosters and then actually only giving them slips of paper that said they owned the boosters but couldn't make any decisions on how they were used or anything, and that we did this multiple times for the same booster. But now, after some jail time and with some new investors who have thankfully entrusted us with some money and assets, we're back! And we intend to go to space. Even more than before. Not because it's easy, because it's suicidal. Wait, no, that's not it. I meant deadly. No. Dangerous? God damn it. I actually meant to say, it is not covered by our insurance policy. God, no! This is not it. Because it is difficult. Yes, because it is difficult. That's it. And with the grand inauguration of the second Kerbal Space Center, we pledge that we will explore the solar system. We will be stepping up our finding of trash cans and other parts lying along the side of the road to accomplish this grand endeavor. Ad Astra. How was that? God, I've wasted my money, haven't I? Random investor. Okay. Show hide formulas. Lunchtime. Okay, so node formula, upgrade funds, upgrade science, reconditioning, build rate. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. I want to like increase build rate. Okay. What is this? Faster low-tech career values, vastly slower science and build with costlier upgrades. Time is calculated by part count. Okay. So these are pretty similar. So we look at default for the, I'll go default. Yeah, let's do that. We'll go default. Wait, hold on. I should probably actually just add a, where's the action I want? Add marker. So I've added a marker a bit past the speech, because we'll need to clip that for later. Yeah, I think that's good. Spend upgrades. Okay, so we got the VAB, SPH, and R&D. We have 16 points to spend. So, development, we're getting 0.5 science a day. Research, we're getting... Let's put a point in that. Search for whatever that is. Let's get a second thing in both the VAB and SPH. So I can build more stuff. We'll get that up to 1 science a day. We'll get that up to 1 each. Okay, we'll do that. So the SPH will be a little slower. Alright, so mission control. So we do have field research. So they're saying we need various observations and stuff. It would probably be good to get that. And then leave the launch pad. Yeah, those are probably 2 good contracts to take. Okay, so one quick thing we should probably be doing is getting science at first. Oh yeah, I should probably mention some of the important mods I have. So, in order to make this fun, one of the mods you'll notice first is Kerbal construction time. So every rocket I build takes time to build. I've also got scrapyard in here, so any parts I have basically stay with me. I can't just, you know, sell parts or something. They do, you know, stay. Well, I can sell parts, but it's not like they automatically get sold on recovery. You know, they go back into the inventory on recovery. But I have Scrapyard for a reason, and that's because there's another mod called O-Scrap, which is a parts failure mod. So, parts will gain reliability over time, or specific different parts will and such, but, yeah, stuff can fail. I can flat out have rocket failures. Like, engines can fail, fuel tanks can fail, all that fun stuff. So that's installed. That's going to be fun. In addition to this, I also have Ferrum Aerospace. So more realistic flight dynamics. I also have a mod which adds wind to the game. I think it's like Kerbal Weather Systems or something. So that can blow my rockets off course. And I have a life support system mod. So it's possible for crew to die if they don't have enough food. In addition to all of this, I also added more planets with the Copernicus, or with some of the Copernicus stuff. I think Outer Planets mod. Yeah, Outer Planets mod, Minor Planets expansion, then there's like an asteroid one. I probably should try a, what is it? There's like a Planet 9 mod I should install as well, but it like randomly generates one. I should see if that's interesting or not, or if I can actually get that installed at some point. No way I'm going to get to Planet I would be getting anywhere near even discovering Planet 9, the first one. Oh, that's right! We have research bodies, so we have to discover all the planets, too. We have to point a telescope at them and actually find them. Yes! Ingesting times ahead, I see. Yeah, so we're going to be ingesting the times ahead. That makes sense. So I do have probes before crew, but it looks like one of the mods did decide to add a couple of these. So this looks like it's from Nova Punch. This isn't Tantari's. Okay, so yeah, we got one from Nova Punch, one from Tantari's, and one from Nez. Plus a biplane cockpit. Actually, I know what we should be building first. Because we want to do science around the Space Center. We need a biplane. Or maybe even not a biplane, just something to just kind of drive leisurely around the Space Center and get science from multiple locations. To the moon, Mr. To the moon! No, to the moon! The moon! Yes, the moon! Moon! Trying to go between them, it wasn't working that well. Yes, heavily modded Kerbal Space Program. We're gonna have a lot of fun with all the changes. All of the changes. Now, good thing is, planets are, you know, standard size for Kerbal Space Program. I have not changed the size of Kerbin. That might be the one, you know, unrealistic thing left. We need no biplane, we need a warship. If only we had the spawn in the ocean. All the interplanetary waves. Man, imagine what this is going to look like when everything's completed. Actually, it's just going to be multiple pages. But yeah, this is great. I mean, look at all this. What is this? So that's Tantari's. That must be like an old Soviet engine. And then, oh yeah, some of this is going to be restock as well. But hey, we got that. That's a biplane engine. We got little retro motors. Oh, that's cute. Was that from... I don't know which mod that is from. I'm also considering getting, what was it? Astra's, thing. The Astra mod, oh... Yeah, there's the Astra mod for Astra's Rocket 3, or 3 point whatever, and, the Electron mod, which I was considering getting. Alright, look at all these. Look at all these additional categories here. This is gonna be fun. Although the only thing I have is a node helper in colonization. Modular launch pads too. That's gonna be this is gonna be an interesting campaign. Redstone clamp. That's actually pretty fun. No, I need to get a actual biplane. Nose cone parachute. Interesting. A cardboard cone stuffed with a spare parachute and your aerodynamic topper for your sounding rocket. Okay. Biplane tail skid. Alright, so that is... We can have wheels. Hooray. We're not actually gonna... I'm gonna want to see if I can avoid making this like an actual biplane, more make it a, no, drivable car. Biplane tail fuselage. Oh, it just says rescue on it. Oh yeah, we get multiple textures. Cool. Hello, nuclear. I'm designing plane. Oh, hey, Tenteris. How expensive are those? Yeah, relatively expensive. Well, not plane. It'll be a little, just a little vehicle for driving around, I think. Do have some parachutes. We do have a good amount of science there, so that's helpful. I'll need to see specifically what we need to put on this. Oh, these are couplers. Wow, there's a lot of couplers. What's under structural? So we can do an oblong to round adapter like that. Managers worked with resigned 2 Thursdays ago. Interesting. I don't know what to say about that. Okay, we're probably gonna have to steer it with like rudders and such. Stick 2 cockpits together and call it a day. No. I need the engine. Oh, hey, launch stick. These... Oh, is that... What is that? Okay, I see what that is. That's, like a fairing. Yeah. I guess that's okay. Payload trusses. We do actually have some stuff here to work with. Unlike normal early games, aerodynamics might be an interesting one. What is that? That's interesting. Is this early rocket propeller for my biplane? Good time indeed. I'm trying to make this not just be, you know, this. I'm trying to avoid just having, you know, that on the end of it. Alright, we do have decals, too. Because these will actually fit in on stuff, so I can put text over it. I'm trying to avoid it looking just like that, though. Hey, Blue, how's it going? More boosters. No, I'm starting with I'm starting with plane. Starting with a little well, it's not even plane. It's just this is gonna be car. There's gonna be a little car I drive around to get the initial science. I'm just trying to make it just trying to decide what parts I want. I think I'm gonna need a fuel tank. Rescuing Alderon. that's too big. That's too big. This is modded to hell and back, and I love it. I don't know how long I'm gonna love it for, but... some of these... man, not a lot of these parts actually, you know, fit the way I want them to. Trying to make this look somewhat reasonable, and it just won't. Oh, what do you need? I need to check what the biplane engine actually uses. Intake air... liquid fuel. Okay, I need liquid fuel. More struts, yeah, possibly more struts. I mean, you can get stuff to look good with struts, so... okay, those are sounding rocket motors. Oh yeah, because it's rocket engines, not this. That works. Well, that works. Yeah, it's like the same profile and everything, so yeah. That works. That will... does that carry liquid fuel? Yeah, there we go. Where's the center of mass? Okay, so we will tip backwards on this. Good. That's what I want. Could do payload adapters. I could get this to look decent. Oh, that's something where you can change the size of it. Okay, cool. It's a car with prop and wings. And no, it's not going to have wings. It's just going to be a car with a prop and a rudder. That's what it's gonna be. Although I am probably gonna do the little tail skid of the biplane, which is, would that be in landing gear? No. Why is that not in landing gear? Is that in utility? Yes, it's in utility. I feel like this playthrough is gonna give some really, really cursed designs in the end. I have that feeling. Stuff is going to get cursed, and it's going to get cursed fast. Because I have so many mods installed of so many different styles that I'm going to be starting to do weird, very weird stuff. Okay, so... it does say special arrow. I'm not sure how well that's going to work with FAR installed. Oh, we have grid fins. It's just like... oh my god, those are just sheets. Not sheets, that's a net. That's just a net. You can just make a tennis. Yeah, make a tennis table with those. It's just a net. Oh my god. Make it work. Okay, so that's a control surface. Just trying to figure out what actual things do I have which work as a control surface. So that does... oh, wait, no. This does. Actually, I think that'll work. couple of those. I do want some fins on to mount these on, though, at the back. Just a little bit like that. That doesn't look great. How many parts am I allowed again? 13 out of 30. Okay, I'm allowed 30 parts. Enough thrust, anything can be wing. I just need something to steer this with, so... So you need to be yaw only. Fine, I'll leave you with that. I can't get a good texture here. Can't get like a nice white. In simplest terms, you need a bigger prop. Want like one thing across here so that that doesn't look horrible. Oh, there is a dark version of that though. Cool. Not of that one, so I think these will stay light. Actually, why don't we just use like these as one of this is the rudder. I shall get two of them in. I just need a little I need a good mounting point for them. Okay, so I can't mount them on that, unfortunately. But what I can do is I can just do this, because I have my settings, you know, massively maxed out in this regard. So I can just offset them to the point where they look okay. And then, yeah, have yaw. Prop cars playing tennis with it. Careful. Oh, God. Okay, so this should at least drive, hopefully. Now we need to get signs from various areas. So what do we need? So let me see this. So we need some... Okay, we need take photographs. Take photographs from the runway. My current thought is there anywhere I can store the science yet? I don't think so. Okay, wait, how many parts do we have left? 13 out of 30, so add 7 to that, that's 20, 17. We have 17 parts. 17 parts available. So unfortunately, 17 is prime, because I was hoping to divide it by some number and be like, okay, how many experiments can we get to various areas? But no. So it looks like we need the runway, SPH, and VAB. So that for the runway. That also for the runway. That for the SPH, and then... Actually, it might be possible for me to reset the experiments and then keep them in the capsule. I think that would be possible. And also in the VAB, so then... a temperature scan. Which is this. Okay, cool. So I think that is something we could do. Just in case I can't, I'll bring along 2 of each thing. Oh, what is this? Oh, those are info pop-ups. But these are Cardboard boxes stuffed with science. Let's take them. Yeah, 29 out of 30. That's all I can carry. Maybe only do one of these each. Yeah, let's do one experiment each. I'll take 2 goo containers just in case. But the idea here is to, you know, make sure that I can grab the containers and just haul them back into the cockpit. Oh, we do have a heat shield. Interesting. The start. Well, I want to make sure that whoever it is can, you know, actually climb back into the cockpit. If actually, you know, they could probably just walk up to it and get in that way. That would be fine. It's close enough. And if they can't, then I probably want to have like a set of fins they could climb on or something. KSP science is your favorite kind of science behind from the depth science. From the depth science is good too. How many parts are we at? Okay, so that'll be our little, I guess, a little step stool. Actually, that can be a little step stool. They walk up to the end of the seat. Only possible, we could just have them climb up back here to, I'll just call this the propeller car. How about propeller sidecar Mark 1? And you should not be... You should not have that. Okay, cool. So this will just drive around a bit, I assume, and be okay. So, save that. And it's going to take us 48 days to build this thing. And cost us 10,000. This is going to be a difficult campaign. Oh, why? I get 2 pings on Discord. I don't know why. Okay. Stupid stuff. Alright, let's, I have 4,000 funds left. Let's see if we can we get a rocket with 4,000 funds? Can I get a probe off the launch pad? I think that is a very good question. I will try to spend my remaining funds to get a probe off of the launch pad. And if I can't do that, that's a bad sign. 11K for that. Wow, cheap parts. Okay, so we definitely... Okay, can't use that. We definitely do have some options here, though. Oh man, I should have used the bootleg command module. It's better than the biplane cockpit. Alright. So, in terms of getting a probe off the ground. Those are expensive. That's expensive. That's fairly cheap. So, we can use this. We can use that. So we can basically have Sputnik. That's an option. That's an option. Oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, no, this is an option. I will put that on the table. So I think those are our options on the table right now. Launching one of these things up into the air. The ball below Sputnik. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Let's get this little guy. Trebuchet Sputnik into space. How much battery does this have? It'll have enough. It'll be fine. I mean, the goal is to get off the launch pad. That's all we're attempting to do here. We don't care about anything else. I mean, we can literally just strap this to like a sounding rocket, or... I mean, even a flea's a bit too big. Like, supposed to be that, maybe? Curious, is that's East Way? Is that East Way? No, that's South Sea. Okay. Those are different mods, I think. Does this have... No, that's just an engine. That's a liquid motor. That's a solid motor. That's what we'll use. Too big. Take the size 0 decoupler. I'm gonna reduce its thrust down. Okay, you know what? How much do we weigh? 0.875 tons. 30%. Let's do... I'll set it to 33% because it's easier to calculate in my head. Actually, I guess technically 33.5 is closer. What I want. So this is a... one of these guys. So you have... 35 kilonewtons. I'm not sure how to convert that, unfortunately. Tell us what our TWR is. TWR at sea level is... Yes, show me my TWR, please. 1.4. Okay, we're fine. So that might be a little too high. Yeah, 1.13, so I'll get off the ground. Maybe we yeet this higher into the air. Although that would be more complicated, and we don't have reliable parts yet, so I probably don't want to do that. It would be fun to yeet it higher. That's a little retro motor. And if something fails, I want to actually have some money left. So I think it is better to go with something, cheaper. Just trying to think of which rocket fin we should be using. Oh, that's actually a pretty big fin. Yeah, we could use those. Orange is cheap. Yeah, but these are really cheap. I want to go to the launch pad, see if there's anything to get. I'm trying to figure out something which is actually, you know, if it has these supports, that means it's actually going to be on the ground. If it doesn't, that means it's not. And that's a concern. So we could launch it off like a mini milk stool here. I think we do that. I think we have the mini milk stool. Come on. Time to call his moon from the war. Why do to delete all of known space? Okay. We have a lot of different. We have some different stand colors to choose from. Let's do a short stand, actually. We could do like a green stand. Let's do a green. Or, you know, we could do yellow. Let's do yellow. Okay. And the last thing I want on this is a parachute. So we can actually get recovery. Okay, this looks cursed. Yeah, TWR of just a little bit over 1. Human nature and new colonization tab. Yeah, we'll go to a 30% throttle. Do you have a reaction wheel? Yes, you do. So this will technically be controllable. Actually, that's a parachute. I think just going with the nose is better. Creation of buddy. I thought we could do this. Nah. This is going to be an odd rocket. I don't know how this is going to perform with FAR. What do we name it? It's like a good name, which sounds kind of original. How about we go with the fire, buddy? Nah, we'll go with the fire ant. How about that? Not perfectly original, but somewhat better than some of the other ones. I'll give it a rocket name as well. Pointy thing at the top. What if we called it the dunce? 'Cause it looks like it has a dunce cap on. It looks like it has one of those, like, you know what I'm talking about, the dunce cap from cartoons and stuff. Hey, Rocketello! And welcome! Thanks for the raid. Make lots of bad joke names with a spike like that. Yeah, we're calling it the dunce. Okay, so my space station is, or my flag is for, I mean, technically I do this for, or I say it's Kerbal, but my flag's technically for Targeria, so I'll do T at the start. Um, hey, Rocketello, how's it going? I'm just playing this heavily modded and, getting the stuff ready. I'm gonna have to, I hate to say it, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom soon, but I'll get this done. So, I'll start with the T, because that's kind of the, that's the flag, the name of the nation of the flag I'm using, for the fictional nation of the flag I'm using for this. God damn it, explain stuff well. So, TSA. Oh god! Targerian Space Agency. No, it's the TSA. Yes. Targerian Space Agency, or the Targerian Space Agency. We are, we launch rockets. We also make sure to inspect everyone going through our airports. Finish streaming KSP. Thought stock wouldn't appeal to my viewers. Just look streaming. Thank you. Yeah, this is. I mean, technically, this campaign hasn't seen anything go up yet, but it will. How about maybe space research? Well, okay, we'll call it the TSRR1. Got smart and went from inspectors to space peeps. Currently 10 to 1, so I'm ahead. Alright, I'll see you then. And thank you for the follow, Rocketello, and welcome to the Nameless Follower group thingy. Yeah. I think this will work, right? It should work. Yeah, we launch this, we decouple this, and then we deploy the parachute. You know what? Maybe I'll just call it the Dunce. Because I know you had early rockets like the Atlas and Titan, so we'll call it the Dunce A. Dunce A. There we go. It's first... Yeah, this is the Dunce series of sounding rockets. So save it. And build it. Like the no-namers. I'm not gonna add the designation, the horrendous designation before it. Okay, so... Oh, it's the no-namers, that's what we are. Oh, that's better. So did you get Kerbal alarm clock installed, right? Yes, Oh, hey, there we go, we have the alarm clock for Dunsei. It's gonna take 7 days to build it, I need to be right back. Alright, I am back now. We gotta roll out the dunce. I'm gonna warp until that is complete, and, consider actually launching in the daytime, because I'm not sure I want to launch at night. Yeah, let's wait until the daytime. So we've got it out on the pad now. There we go. Beautiful day. Let's go. First launch of the Dunce 1. Or Dunce A. This is the first time I have tried loading a spacecraft in with this mod list. Vessel safety rating is a 1. I can hear the wind. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Okay. So, what is the chance that this actually works? There's a very, very, very real chance that this solid fuel booster is just going to immediately fail. And we're not even going to lift off the pad. What do you think is... People in chat, guess. Are we going to go up today? Or are we going to not? You going 1 in 3? 1 in 3 chance of us going up, or 1 in 3 chance of the booster immediately, promptly failing? 100% up. Oh, you guys are going you're going 1 in 3. We'll go up, Arc Trooper. Blue's going 100% on up. I'm kind of with Arc. I think it's like 1 in 3. I think the solid rocket booster is just gonna fail at the very start. Alright. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Wow! I have no idea what's going on. We have liftoff. I'm shocked. The rocket booster is not producing any sound. I do not know why that is. No. We're having some drift. I don't think we're getting probe recovery out of this today. Separate. Shoot, deploy. Nope. Shoot, deploy, failure. Yeah, so I don't know why that just didn't make any noise. Something's probably broken there. 2 minutes after the hour. Well, we got the contract done. Well, Recovery failure, but I'm gonna say launch success. Yeah. At some point, I'm gonna get the proper spreadsheet done with all the various launches in the campaign. I'm just gonna quickly add to it with these ones right now, and then if I want to go back through and just fix stuff up, I can. I'll probably need to get a little more official looking. I need to talk to someone like Matoro or Lavi about. Cause they're using a program for like their in real life launch count. And I want to know if that is Google Sheets or if that is Excel. And there's a function in there I kind of want to make use of. And we made a good amount of money. Oh, okay. I'm having something. Can't click on anything. Maybe I need to wait for the launch pad to recondition. No. Let's just hit edit. You hate Google Sheets with a passion. I use it way too much, I hate to say. Okay, so let's try going into edit and then exiting out and just see if that fixes things. This might fix things. Whatever weird issue we're having with Kerbal Space Program, because I do not want to have to reboot the game, because that will take 20 minutes. Okay, there we go. Now stuff's working. So let's go to mission control. See what we can get. So we can get some stuff for exploration, plus we can reach the upper atmosphere for that. And reach the upper atmosphere does give us more money. But this gives us more science. Huh. Do we want to try to get... Get out. I'll see you then. Much success with the space endeavors. Thank you. So we could try to get to the... I would love to actually do both those at once. The problem is we can only have 2 active contracts right now. And none of these other ones are offering anything yet. Hmm. So this does also involve launching a vessel into the air, so I'm just gonna accept that one right now. Let's just wait until the car's done. Let's get the car done. And then we'll do, you know, a double launch in the air, try to get up into the upper atmosphere after that. So, where is it? There we go. Warp to complete. I will say though, that is concerning though that the engine just didn't have sound. So maybe, yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Maybe it was too low of a throttle. Because it probably didn't expect you to have it on, you know, 30%. Okay. Yeah. Jebediah. Launch. Okay, so this is only a oh, it should have been with like Bill or something. Oh well. Ah, man, I feel stupid now. Um, because he might not, Jebediah might not be able to reset the experiments. Maybe he can. I don't know. There we go. We got Chatterer. All right. So, um, it's just remove your helmet. It doesn't matter. Is there a report? Okay, so the experiments I wanted to do from the runway were what? Take photographs. Then observe the mystery goo. And then I'll log the rest of these. Oh wait, hold on. That one's gonna have to probably be reset. Okay. Move. I think these are rotating the wrong way. Oh no, they're not. Oh, they are, yeah. Alright, so this has to be steered backwards now. That's fun. I don't think the life support thing is that big of a deal. If we lose him, though, that might be a revert to launch. Okay, you know what? Okay. So it looks like this car is not getting to where we want it to be. And our fuel tank has leaked. Alright. Pilot, new EVA. Yeah, just yeah, recover to the SPH. Well, I guess technically we're getting that science back. That did not work. That car is horrible. Yeah. We're gonna need a new method of getting around the Space Center. I think. Maybe we build like a little rocket hopper sort of thing. How much funds did we get from recovering that? I don't think we got too much, actually, looking at it now. Um, I wouldn't be too surprised if we got those funds plus the thing back. But maybe assembling it costs those funds again, I'm not sure. The way they've done these mods is really weird. Yeah, so that's still an active contract. But we can go into R&D, and now that we have, 56 science, we can actually put it into stuff. Like that. Okay, so those are all launchers over there. Oh, I might... on that. I might go stability. I thought of survivability, but technically we do have parachutes at the moment. Let's get that. Yeah. There we go. We'll develop all those. Okay, so if we look at our timer, our construction timer here. Oh, we have 6 points available now. I'll put more into development. Let's put those into both of the hangars. Okay, so we need to come up with a way to move around here. And get science from the VAB. I should have grabbed that other mystery goo container while I had the chance. Alright. Let's warp until basic rocketry is complete. Okay, cool. It's actually 4 things done at once. Unfortunately, there's so many parts here that we can't possibly buy them all. Oh, we have some of those already. Cool. So there's stuff we unlocked with this automatically, but there's other stuff we'd have to purchase. I'm just looking at what's best. So that's a little solid rocket motor. Let's buy that. Let's buy all the ones which are free. Okay, so I think that's everything which is free. Okay, so those are some logic sensors. Just looking through, seeing what options we have. Might get that engine. Yeah, let's get some engines here. If I'm going to be buying anything, it should probably be rocket engines. And boosters. Hmm. I think that's all I can get from there. That's probably good. Kick motor could be fun. What is that? Oh, it's a parachute. So those are some probes. Are there any... A lot of probe cores there. Oh, we got a yo-yo device here. That's cool. That's a lot of money on balloon parts. I'm not sure I can spend that yet. Yeah, okay, we own everything there. Even this stuff costs a lot. I'll buy that. I'll buy that set. So my thought right now is we get a little, like, hopping, like, rocketry, or rocket hopping vehicle. Maybe unmanned rocket hopping vehicles. Something we can easily control. And then just kind of hop that around the Space Center to get all the funds. Hey, Von Star. Doing this. Okay, so we did spend some money, but not all of it. Okay. So how big of a reaction wheel does this have? Bit of one. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff I can purchase if I need to. Okay, aerodynamics. Can we go structural? Actually, hold on. That work? Okay, let's reroute to this object. Okay, so I cannot just spontaneously stick that inside there. Great. We do have Ferrum installed, so I can just do this, and it should work. Because Ferrum actually allows for that. Okay, liquid fuel oxidizer. Are there any, like, bigger tanks in size? And width, I should say. We can get some taller ones. That one's bigger in width, technically. Okay, so that's the same size. Okay, so... probably want landing gear first. So I'll probably just use a fin of some sort. It's a fin with like a high impact tolerance. These are decent. These aren't terrible. Kind of bad too. Maybe I'll just use a structural element if I have one. Get all those. What mods are those green wing parts from? Let me check. These are, I think these are Airplanes Plus. I think. And then, yeah, these are Airplanes Plus, I believe. And then these ones are, I don't know which one these are. I mean, I have a mod list. I'm gonna check. It's not the best form of mod list, though, but it should be enough for me to legally get by with saying, okay, yeah, here's everything linked. I need to get a better one sorted out still, but that is links to everything, so you can technically get everything from that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we do need... God, that is big. Big object from one of the mods. Oh, those have a 4 meter per second impact tolerance. Yeah, I think landing on these is going to be better. Problem is I'm a little less certain about those, so maybe I'll put them, like, down here or something. That'll work, I think. Because, I mean, this is just going to be designed to hop around the Space Center. hold on, did this... The upper thing count as a pod? Yeah, it does. So, I'm gonna... change... Hold on. I'm gonna swap it to that. I'm gonna have that fuel tank there still. I'm gonna do this. Because this doesn't need to be massively aerodynamic. That's a structural adapter. So we could go to payload. Good options we have here. And then either put a fairing in, or... Are there other options? Oh, right now we only have payload. Oh, we have a service bay. Let's get that. Okay, actually, I need power. This might not be a terrible idea to just put on the top of the rocket. Something where we do have a little bit of solar power and a little bit of additional battery power there. Well, I probably will stick some batteries on the sides. This will be the, I'm gonna call it the base hopper, Mark 1. Call it the base hopper Mark 1A. So I can do like Mark 1B if I put different science experiments on this. Okay, so we need science in the top of this. Which is here, yes. This will allow, like, science from maybe one site, though. I don't think I want to buy that right now, unfortunately. Here's what I'm going to just do with the mystery goo container. Aerodynamics be damned. Let's see if we can get an adapter on here. That's an engine mount. Yeah, okay, we can get that adapter. I guess that technically works as an adapter too. So then we could do something like this. Does mean that the solar panels are a little more limited. But we can move them up to the higher up adapter. Okay, so science experiments. Yes. Let's just mount a camera onto that side. You know what? Maybe what we do is we don't even have this. I'll have to get new solar panels on. How big are these guys? Oh, those guys are actually relatively bigger. I also do like 2 of those solar panels up there, and then, you know, 2 battery packs on the sides. Okay, put that there. This will just get signs from various locations until we have a good car to do it. I need to go back to the science tab though, which I keep not finding for some reason. So we need that, that, and that. Okay, so now we have 5 parts, which can all be for engines. Okay, I need engines. So, okay, so we're looking for liquid fuel engines. Okay, so that's an upper stage. We want good ASL performance out of whatever it is, and we want it to be able to thrust vector. So swivel is a decent choice. I'm going to put the swivel on the table. Oh, if I can get that righteous, though. Okay, so let's say I put that on it. Okay, we have more than enough TWR. ASL isn't bad, and the vectoring range is decent. Okay, that's solid. That's a relatively smaller engine. How good's the vectoring on that? Non-existent, it looks like. Motor, we need good choices. What about you? Okay, so we can use these guys to gimbal if we need to. And then we get 1 more engine. Okay, so those are some of the Nova Punch engines. Kick motor. One's got a 6.0 vectoring range. I think... Oh, why is that one not unlocked? Okay, we got that unlocked. Ooh, you don't have any thrust vectoring. Do you... That's a cryogenic. I'm not sure I want that. So this is definitely the best thrust vectoring engine. The other contender, though, is probably a spinnaker. which is somewhere up here, right? A thrust weight of 1.6. But we need to lower those and probably raise the engine up too. And then we have the little thrust vectoring nozzles. I guess this is the base hopper. We got a science vehicle designed to lift off and then land at another location on the base and do a bunch of science. Okay, so our first test will consist of launch pad science. Well, actually, no. We need to get science from the SPH and we need to get science from the VAB. So those might be the first tests, actually. I'm gonna order two. I'm gonna order two base hopper Mark 1s. And, yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to fly one, hop it over somewhere, get the science, and then do that. So, do you have a gyro so it doesn't flip on its nose? Yeah, I do have a gyro. This isn't going to be fast, hopefully. You know, I want to translate it over to the VAB, for example. Or, you know, yeah. Just fly it over here, get it to the VAB, and then do some stuff over there. And the SPH are the two main targets right now for the contract. Let's see, when is it done? Okay, so they're both going to take 13 more days. We'll get more tech here soon. Okay, we do still have the propeller sidecar. We could also recover the base hoppers to the VAB to have stability as a tech here very shortly. So that's something where we could probably just process them again. Also, I think recovering to the SPH might have given back all the funds that the vehicle had, so I might have accidentally committed fraud and gotten more funds because these... I don't know why Scrapyard and this don't pair together, but they don't. They really should. These are two mods which need to work together. I think maybe what I could do is if I do a normal recovery, it might not give back the funds, although I'm not sure. Get a base hopper done. That was the same, you know, glitch I discovered last time, which was like, I kind of don't like this. Yeah, we'll warp until next morning. We'll roll it out and then warp until next morning. Alarm. Roll out. Warp to sunrise. Warp to sunrise. It's a little bit into the day when we try to do this. So we'll do the first hop over to the VAB. Look at the sun a little higher in the sky. Alright. We're gonna try... we're gonna try with a base hopper. and just see how far we can fly it. I really hope that I can avoid the infinite money glitch, but it looks like it's probably going to just happen by accident over and over and over again. Although recovering vehicles, you know, at some point I might do less of that. Alright, so here's a base hopper. Ignite the engines. Fuck! Okay, so it very quickly lost control. Okay, I was hoping to keep flying that, but no, it just decided it was suddenly going to go missile on me. Yeah, it did what yours did. Yep. I was hoping to be able to pull back on that, but it's just like, nope, we're not allowing you to. I'm considering just briefly launching the other one, getting the signs out of it, or maybe I'll try to hop it over still. I think we're probably now in a very bad situation, though. I could take the car and try to get it to the spaceplane hangar, but it has a fatal flaw with it, because of course it does. Let's edit the car. With no fin. It had fins. Oh yeah, with no fins it would be unstable. Maybe maybe I do remove the fins. But it wouldn't be able to land. That's the issue I have. I would need to replace them with some form of like poles or something to land. But that might make it a little better because I have a lot of a lot of reaction wheels, a lot of vector control. It was just the rocket pitched down to a crash there. Okay, so we're gonna edit this. You're not gonna have those as rudders anymore. I'm gonna get you a proper control surface. One aerodynamic. Horizontal point. Yep. Okay. Propulsion fin, interesting. I'm just trying to look if we have anything else which acts as a moving control surface. That does, apparently. That's why. That's why it barely acts as a control surface. I should take it none of the other ones we have really do. Well, time to use the biplane rudders. Hopefully that'll give us, steering. Okay, so these were in utility, right? Oh, those are big. I mean, I never thought getting science from around the Space Center would be so difficult. But that's literally the trip up right now. Alright, we're modifying it into the Mark II. Yeah, okay, we're scrapping that vessel. So I think I have to, instead of hitting launch, maybe... Do I have to do save or no? I don't know. Anyway, we'll get rid of the fins and convert this into a base hopper Mark 1, or get a base hopper Mark 1B instead here. And just try to get the science from around the Space Center, which is so difficult to do. For whatever reason. Okay, we actually do have some reaction wheel modules here. Well, let's see, in terms of landing legs. We can do that. I might want it on a wider base. Is something we can do. Actually, one thing I might be interested in doing is creating a little bit of a boat tail. Do I need to know which mod to use? Do I need... Wouldn't be coupling. Not on... Oh, yeah, engine mount. Build then, I guess. And then we'll just use the current one, quickly get stuff from the launch pad, or get science from the launch pad, and then haul that back in. Yeah, roll it out. We're not even going to try to fly the other base hopper. The second base hopper Mark 1A will not launch. This one's just going to be used for launch pad science. Okay. So hopefully the 1B will actually get us somewhere. And then once we get that contract done, you know, once we have the car and the 1B, you know, hopefully the car can get the space planing or the 1B can get the VAB, then suddenly I think we're good going forward. At that point, it's hit the upper atmosphere and hit space are probably the next two objectives. Alright, so. Okay, so that's all the additional science we need to collect. Okay. I'll just do normal recovery. Okay, so that is Kerbal Construction Time doing the recovery. I think Kerbal Construction Time probably just has a weird bug in it, then, which is causing the funding issues. And unfortunately, Kerbal Construction Time is a pretty vital mod to all of this. Okay, so that gets us a bunch of extra science, which I can put into something. And then hopefully we get the actual science to get those two contracts done. Yeah, 64 science. Cool. I almost kind of want aviation. I'm going to be honest. I think we have enough rocketry parts. The other thought is basic science. There's a lot of stuff in. I almost think aviation's best. And we're actually pretty close to getting another thing of rocketry as well. Okay, upgrades. We have 1 point available. Alright. Why does it keep wanting me to do stuff at night? It's like I keep rolling nighttime with all these. So the hope is that the base hop... So the hope is that this vehicle can get to the VAB. Could do this at twilight. I'll warp until next morning. We'll name it Launch Complex 1. So let's go into R&D and quickly just start researching general rocketry too. Okay. Let's try this, Base Hopper Mark 1B. I'm just quickly inputting that into the spreadsheet I have. I'll have to get... I'm going to need commands for this, too. I'm going to need a command for the Modlist. I'm going to need a command to just kind of see the... or let people see the spreadsheet. But I need to figure out some stuff in regards to how to make the spreadsheet look the best and how to get it to function the best. Right now I'm just putting down like the absolute minimal of information. So I can, that should be enough to jog my memory to go back and figure out how to get more information in it later. Alright. Base Hopper Mark 1B. Alright, so. Our goal is to get to the VAB. We have ignition. We have liftoff. We're only gonna hover a little bit. You know what? No, we gotta go this way. We don't want to even land on the VAB, just kind of near it. Oh shit, nope. Okay, we broke the engine, but it looks like we got everything else. Okay, so that, we did get the data, cord materials data. Then the temperature data is over here. I believe that's all that done, right? Is that all the data we needed? All the data we can get? I think so. Okay, so we did have a crash landing there, but I am going to consider that a successful flight that accomplished its mission of getting science from the VAB. So Base Hopper Mark 1B, definitely a lot better than the Base Hopper Mark 1A. I'm not very good at landing rockets, as it shows. I didn't have my orientation right, and then decided, for whatever reason, just cut the engine off at one point. But yeah, we did get a contract parameter completed, which means we only have to get science from the SPH. Okay. Oh, we have more contracts. Escape trajectory out of Kerbin. I do think we want to try to reach the upper atmosphere now. Let's go to R&D and see what we can get. So we're working on aviation. We have, 55 points. So one thought is general construction. Which might have some good stuff. Get flags here. Get plasma TVs there. Get flight control. I actually think basic science is probably good. Because we're probably going to need that to keep going. Okay, so our next goal, next current thing we want to do is go to the spaceplane hangar and get science from there. You get that one contract done, though. So I think the other option is we get a rocket ready to go up to the upper atmosphere. I'm gonna want bitter fins for this, actually. I'm probably gonna wait until aeronautics is developed to do this. Although, maybe what I'll do is I'll get a rocket test stand going. Did I save this as the... oh, I did save it as the 1B. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, they're right. Okay, so we'll do a new vehicle. What about you? I don't know, we need a probe of some sort. Although, let's just do the test stand. Actually, I want to see, do I have parts preserved from previous missions? Like, what part would I have preserved? If I had any in the, yard. Let's just place something down. I wouldn't have any of those preserved. But I would have some of the smaller side motors I had. These guys. The, verniers. Is Scrapyard not working? Oh, no. Okay, okay, cool. Scrapyard, one previous use. So Scrapyard is working then. Cool. The other thought is, what if we tried to go to orbit? Just skipped a bunch of steps, went straight to orbit instead. I think I will try to test an SRB on the stand. This does also mean that normal recovery gets you stuff back, which is good. Just to check what some probes are like. Those are some of the Sputnik styles early probes. Octo is also unlocked now. Okay, so I think the idea would be a SRB on the first stage and then a bigger second stage. So we know that these are relatively small. That's relatively big. Ooh, that's a pretty big engine. I'll just say which mod. Oh, it does say which mod. So that's Nova Punch. This is Nova Punch. That's Nova Punch. We got CRE over here. That's a CRE booster. Okay. We can use this as a first stage. The other thought would be something based around this. Maybe we do this as like the first rocket design. Actually, one thing one interesting thing with early rocket designs is they didn't actually want to use staging or like the upper stages as much. So I'm considering trying to think of a way that we could do that. Like say Atlas had, I mean Atlas did stage, but it ignited all of its engines on the launch pad, and then staged two of them off, and the initial R7s basically had multiple engines or multiple stages in parallel, then decoupled some of them in flight. Maybe they had a second stage. I'm not sure. All right, we need an upper stage engine. Actually, no. Yeah, okay. We're gonna do an engine. This is an engine test, so I only want to test out some of the important parts for this, which means I want a static test stand. Let's do a red stand. Let's set the thrust limit low and the... we'll set it high. We'll do a full burn test. So that'll be our first stage engine, or that'll be our first stage engine. Then we need a second stage engine. We could have something like this as our upper stage engine. Actually, what I should do is I should get a second engine test stand. So we're just gonna simultaneously test both of these engines, because I want to. Although it's probably also best to put a fuel tank down for this engine as well. Hold on, is that the engine that this go? Nope. Need a smaller fuel tank than that. It's too small. Too big. Let's try this. Too big again. That works. Okay. Yeah, we'll put that guidance unit on it, too. Actually, I don't know what I want the probe to be. What's a good probe with, like, a good amount of torque? Not all that much. This one's... I think this one might be decent. This one doesn't seem like that bad of a purchase. Yeah, it's something we could probably deploy. I mean, I guess technically the solar panels are tested, so yeah. Okay, so that'll be our engine test stand. Build one. And that'll get us the first boosters tested for hopefully our first orbital rocket. And yeah, then we'll work on more. Alright, so I don't like that alarm. Warp to complete. Right now we want the tech alarm, so I want aviation done. And that engine test stand is going to take a while to complete. Oh, we're going to get the propeller sci-fi car, or propeller science car done first. But we have aviation now, which means that we're going to have better control surfaces. Which is great. Possibly better landing gear now. Our goal is to get to orbit. Or at the very least, space. But I think I'm just going to zip right to orbit. Alright, so if I hit launch, fill, or remove, fill, can I select who? Okay, fine, we're launching it with Jebediah Kerman. Hopefully this time it'll steer a little better. And maybe move a little better. So we just need to get to the spaceplane hangar. That's all we need to do. Get to the spaceplane hangar. Yep. I think our next goal is get a probe to orbit. And I do think we could do that with that flight. So hopefully that'll be good. Oh, we might need an antenna. That would be annoying. Okay. Okay, so we have the reverse problem again. It's inverted. So yeah, these just don't work anywhere near as well as I was hoping they would. We just gotta slowly travel across the ground and get to the spaceplane hangar. That's the goal. I can tap on the brakes. Brake, 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 brake. We're good. Alright, you know what? We turned. We did a turn. We did a full turn. Let's go a little bit further. Alright. If I do a crew report from here, from SPH, yes. Brake. I think once we recover this, we'll be good. I will equip his helmet for later. Okay. Kerbal construction time cannot recover if any Kerbals are in external seats. Alright, so leave the seat. Walk off the cart. Slowly float down to the ground. Or onto the ground. Recover the vehicle. Just do a normal recovery. Yeah. Give it a moment. And then we'll just recover Jebediah too. Get him back in. I put his helmet on because, you know, whenever I do a space flight, it'll probably involve him. Okay, so we did get funds back. But we also got that contract done, right? Is it done yet? Yes. Okay, it's done. Does it say contract completion? Didn't want to go to the spaceplane hangar, but okay. We can actually check what aerial parts we have. I think it will be good if I do one orbital rocket launch first. And then once, you know, or one launch of that rocket first, and then once we have that rocket tested, that's when I start ramping up production and actually, you know, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. I didn't check on all the plane parts like I should have. Oh, well, I think we have, like, proper plane parts now. I just gotta wait until, I can upgrade the VAB. Actually, mission control is probably another good upgrade, too. Okay, yeah, we only have one active contract. Yeah, so we need to reach the upper atmosphere. Let's do this. So, if we hit a suborbital trajectory, we'll be fine. I think that does involve us getting to space. And survivability might be good. Flight control is another one which could be good. I don't think we need advanced rocketry yet. I think general construction, though, might be pretty good, though. Let's research that. Yeah, that's a massive upgrade we'd have to do. Oh, yeah, we can do some stuff in here if we want. Oh, cannot afford it. What is this? Oh, protein crystals. So we take 5% of science gains and then yield funds. Crystal gift is oh, yields 1 reputation or free ice cream. Ice cream could be interesting. That might be a little fun having the that going on, but we can only have one active strategy right now. Might be a little fun though, doing that in the future. Okay, so we gotta wait until I actually don't want I don't care about general rocketry. Okay, fine. That's the next thing to warp to complete. I want the engine test stand done. Okay. So we'll get the engine test stand done. We can test our 2 engines. With them being test fired, that is going to allow me to, oh yeah, no, I did put a probe core on it. With them being test fired, that is going to allow me to, basically have a little bit more reliable of a rocket. Warp to complete. Although I'll probably start doing future engine tests from the runway, to be honest. That program, once we get the Orbital program going, that's really going to be something. So probably, yeah, we'll probably still do some of these additional firsts, and then we'll start taking higher paying contracts for, you know, light orbital payloads. Possibly. Because we need to make sure that we can get an orbital rocket. We need to have an orbital rocket that actually works. No, the dunce is not gonna cut it. Although the dunce could, a modified dunce could be good for some suborbital stuff. Alright, so. Alright. Engines testing. Oh, this one might have waterfall. Oh, that's a gorgeous plume. I swear I removed all that from you, but you didn't save it that way. Interesting. And then the solid fuel burns out, I'll also swap out that, or swap off that. So any ideas of a rocket name? Anyone in chat? If you have any, I'm listening. Okay, we'll do normal recovery. And I'll get our parts back. And hopefully not increase the amount of money we had. Or maybe it gives me back the money, but then I spend it again when I assemble the rockets. That might be it. That could be what's going on here. With the scrapyard. So it might still be a workaround where I can't actually get infinite money. It just kind of looks like I do. Okay. Time to assemble an orbital rocket. What should we call it? Well, what is a good name for a rocket? Part of me wants to build it and see if I can come up with one. Like, good name for first orbital attempt. You know, in real life, your first ones were... what? What does Sputnik mean? Sputnik just means satellite. Did the Poliot or flight. Boscod was dawn or ascent. Okay. Actually, you know what? Put this back on. And grab the parts. Okay. So now we need to actually come up with a way to do this. So, I'm going to say disable shroud on that. Coupling, we need that on it. Well, maybe I will enable the shroud. But if I'm doing that, then we're having something else. We could put like a small upper stage fuel tank on it. Like this guy. We do need science payloads on this, though. And probably a way to recharge. How do I access scrapyard? Are these the same panel? Oh, I see how they differ. I'll buy the battery pack and just see how that fits. Okay, no. We need signs on here. Well, maybe I will get a foldable solar panel. Hmm. I think we're gonna need it though. So yeah. Let's go with that room. Let's go with that battery pack. Okay, so we got that. Okay, we need an antenna. So we'll get the basic one. That one's pretty cheap. One thought is to get two antennas. You know, we have one as a backup here. And maybe I'll put like a smaller backup solar panel on it. So we do wind up with this. Mystery Goos are really big, though. So we'll probably just go with these guys. For the early science. This might be a cool experiment, too. What if I put this on the bottom? Oh no, I'll probably put it up there. I'll give it a little engine. I still want this to be able to move just a little bit on its own away from the rocket. Or maybe it'll be something where it almost gets to orbit and then I decouple it. I could also test by starting up its engine, see if it works. And if it does, then use its fuel to go to orbit and deorbit the lower stage. And if it doesn't, if its engine doesn't work, then I just push it to orbit normally. So we technically do like a test ignition. A relatively light engine, or not engine, fuel tank. It's like this is an option. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll give it a little engine. That's a big engine. That's a solid. That's a solid. That's a big engine. Well, that's a really big engine. Was not expecting that one. Also too big. Probably too big, but better option than the other ones we're looking at. The kick motor. Oh. What options do we have? All the engines are too big. Almost all of them. Or, you know, solids, and I don't want a solid. I'll use that engine. What parts? We're at 20 right now. We need one more for the fairing. I'll see what cool science I can get on this. Okay, what do we need? We need payload fairing. Some description. I have an idea. Let's just put that one going out the rear. So if I build the fairing straight upwards, I don't run into any issues. so we need a decoupler here. Should be under coupling. Where is one of the appropriate size? There we go. Alright, I think we have a lot under the aerodynamics tab now, which is great. I think we're gonna need something under structural, probably. See what? Yeah, that's too big. I was looking like, you know, it might be promising. That looks better though. This actually looks good. This is starting to look like a cool rocket. I mean, this looks proper. This looks like a proper orbital rocket right here. We need fins at the bottom, though. So that's an option. Hmm. Looks like that's our only option. These are control surfaces, though. Okay. That would work. That's all moving. That one's not all moving. We'll go with the non-all moving one. So what's cheapest? I think that's a pretty good option. It gives us a little bit of control. We'll set the authority limiter all the way up. Kind of like it in all of this color. This looks like a rocket that's going to get to orbit. Wait, is that a decoupler? That is a decoupler. Okay, we still have a little bit more room for a little bit more science if we want. I'll remove that for now because I want to do something specific. Okay, so we're going to start with the Modular Launch Pad. Move it up. And, we got some milk stools as options. We got some other stuff, too, right? These aren't... Yeah, none of these are expensive. So that's what the Titan II used. Where the Redstone's launch stand as well. We got all the milk stools. What's a general purpose round stand? Got a general rocket square stand right there. Okay, so that would hold down early Atlas. That's a service tower. Probably not what we need. Probably don't need the static test stands. That's a big launch stand. So that's what the game is saying this N1B had. Let's just see how this works, if we can shrink it. No, we can't. So we could do a milk stool of some form. Launch plates. It does just have a pole. I was hoping to do kind of something where we have a launch stand and the pole just doesn't exist. Or not exist, we have like a strong back sort of thing. Which I think would look really cool. To have something like that. We could do those swing arms. I will do the Titan II stand. Although, it doesn't work as well as I thought. Rocket's a little too small for that. Okay, what of these is actually usable for me? That's massive. And maybe I will do another milk stool. I go to a 1.25 meter rocket. Okay. Kind of do one like a launch rail or something of that sort. It would require some form of base, I assume. So maybe we just do like something like this. Actually, you know what? Let's remove the milk stool. Let's put that in. Um, hmm. Maybe I just don't do the hold down bolts. Or, you know, we could lower this below the rocket somewhat. Okay. 4 times 45-degree. Inward. I'll do that. Default tall. I'll decrease the core size. And then move the bolts in. The hold down bolts will down the rocket there. Okay, so there's the rocket held down at the launch pad. We just need an umbilical now. Or we have a swing arm tower of some sort. Get that. That's a big milk stool. Oh, that would have been a decent one to have, too. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, that's a redstone umbilical pull. That is tiny, though. Okay, so it's like I need one more support just to hold up the tower. Got a Falcon 9 launch plate, interesting. Okay, so that's something for this. What if we just like took a milk stool, put it below? Hold up. Oh. Okay. Actually, I think this just needs to be lowered down a bit. This is looking proper. I guess the question is, what color of launch stand do we want? Might go yellow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use yellow launch stands. The other option is red. Part of me is like, I want to ask people in Discord or something, but I know that the answer I'm gonna get is red. Okay, so those are... Yeah, let's actually put I like that I'm able to put, you know, actual umbilicals on this. Seriously? I'm trying to move you. Let's just put it here. And put this guy, here a bit. Well, let's drop the umbilical. And get this to a point where it makes some sense. Guess these kind of have to go like this then. This one, maybe that one can go lower. Oh my god, I love this! I love how much modding Kerbal just improves this game. Alright, so first of all, we want ignition of the SRB. Second step, it'll be the detachment of that as well as both umbilicals. That will be when the rocket lifts off the pad. Third stage will be the detachment of that and the ignition of this motor. We will then lose the fairing, couple that, and go to the top motor. Hold on. How much delta V to orbit Kerbin? Test fire. How much delta V? Escape velocity is at, I think this is enough. 4,000. Hold on. There's a chart. Test fire. This rocket's already been test fired, so, yeah. Saying, oh, it is about like 4,000 meters per second. I don't think we have enough here. Maybe we go with an extended upper stage. I think that might work a little better. Okay, so which of these are actually tested? Shit, it crashed! Oh my god, I spent all that time building that and it just crashed on me. Okay, so the moment I went over the part count, it crashed. I cannot reload that. God damn it. This is gonna take 20 minutes just to boot that back up. Seriously, Kerbal? Seriously? I should have saved. I should have goddamn saved. Yeah, Yeah, the game just crashed. It takes 20 minutes to boot back up. I've been live for 3 hours. I'm not sure what to do. Just, come on. I went over the part count by 1, and that caused the game to crash. So now we know that that's not doable. If you go over the part count, the game will just die. Anyways, I guess I'm on break. I'll probably, like, get food or something. So, yeah, be back in, like, 20 minutes. What lightweight things do you suggest? Now you can actually see Kerbal loading. I forgot. It wasn't booted up in time. I'm back now with food. So yeah, I'll mute again as I eat. Hey, anyone want to like come up with names for rockets during this time or whatever that rocket's gonna be? I'm looking back at it now. I think it would actually work. It probably would actually get to orbit. I think I shouldn't have started doing what I was doing. I should have thought, hey, maybe this is due to the ISP of the engines being miscalculated because of atmosphere and them, getting better at higher altitudes, which is probably what would have happened. I think it is capable of orbit. Problem is, I gotta now go in and completely rebuild it. Also has the issue that the upper engine's untested. Maybe I should do a quick test of that first. I should. Oh, I'm going back to one of my Planet Coaster names, Wyvern. Wyvern would be a good rocket name. Not sure for this one, but for something. Well, I just finished eating and it looks like it's about to boot up. Let me get rid of the be right back sign, because I think we are back in just a couple of minutes. Yes, this step does take like a minute or two. I need good rocket names too, as Kerbal still loads. So I like Wyvern. And bird names are always good, but you know, there's a couple real life ones. There's at least one real life one already taken. Probably multiple. Definitely multiple. Like, you know, Falcon's taken. Sparrow's a missile. Um, It would also be good to give it like a Kerbalized name. So maybe like Caro or Scarrow? I mean, Kerbin needs. I really wish that we actually knew like what animals existed on, or what various species of animals existed on Kerbin, because that would be good to name rockets after. Anyways, it is loaded now. I assume that did take about 20 minutes. Finch would be a name for a rocket, although there might be an engine in here. You look at normal ones, you got like Arion, Atlas, Delta, Thor. Um, okay, okay. Wait, can I view Captain's log? Hmm. Alright, life support set up to be deadlier. Hey, JM Studios! How's it going? I'm right now trying to find where some of the mods are. Crew transfers. That's scatterer. The Eve's not working. Oh, there's Captain's log. Okay, that allows me to go through everything. Cool. That was what I was looking for, checking the captain's log. There's something else here I wanted to check, though. What was it? Maybe it was something I had to get set up under life support. Anyways, let's go to the VAB. Oh, what are the Greek alphabet names? Okay, looking through Greek alphabet just to see what's left. So, Delta's stolen. I think Epsilon's used in game. Tau might be used. Omega is used. Now, I do have to rebuild the whole rocket here from the ground up. Because, well, I had it before, and now it went away. So, want that. That's our command module, right? Yes. Does have an antenna on it. It does have an internal antenna. Okay. So now I had one of those. Actually, let's go. Let's do an engine test real quickly first. So that we get, you know, the second generation engine rather than the first generation. Well, no, we get the first generation engine, but a tested first generation engine, which is way better than not. So that would be down in something with launch stuff, right? Yes, modular launch pads, that's what I need. And I need the engine test stand. We'll just do that. Get us a extra command pod, just to make sure that this gets tested properly. I'm trying to think what else, you know, there is. That might be a good one to test. Or, no. Now, if I put another probe on here, that does mean that another probe gets tested. I do have one of these guys, but I want it on the main launch. Maybe it would be good to test an octo. Hold on. Okay, I'm good. I'll just, I'll put this part. Should you have, like, a probe control thing? I don't want you to contain any monoprop, or LH2. Actually, the other thought is we could go with a methane engine. Kind of wanting that, like a monoprop. Not methane engine, monoprop engine. Oops. There's so many different engines, though. What's this? That's part of Tintari, so that was probably some Soviet project. Buzzard. Buzzard would be a good name for a rocket. I think there were some monoprop engines. Like, there's some monoprop engines down there. That's not a terrible engine. So let me get my probe. So that's the probe core we're working with. Actually, no, I'll put that there. I'll mount the engine there. Quickly put this over here just so I can do size comparisons. Okay, yeah, that engine's way too big. I think it was... Which engine were we? That's an interesting one. That's solid. Those are solids. Those are all solids. So many solids. I swear there were more, what are they? More monoprop engines somewhere in here. Like a normal one. Not the weird side-mounted ones. That one's fairly cheap. Ooh, that might fit perfectly. Yeah, nice little liquid fuel engine there, actually. That's what we're gonna test. Okay, you do get 300 in a vacuum. Okay, so yeah, that'll be the engine we use. And this will count as a engine test of it. Yeah, so we'll stick that to the top of the rocket. That'll work. That must have been one of the techs we recently got because we didn't have it as an option before, but now we do. I think beforehand I was looking at not a swivel. Something I was looking at before. Oh, it was like this thing, I think. Or, yeah, either of these things. But yeah, we'll use this guy instead. Okay, so I'll just call it engine test 2. Quickly build one, test it, and then we'll get the actual rocket ready. Okay, so that is going to take 5 days to test this engine. I'm okay with waiting another 5 days to get the contract done, or to get to orbit, because we can just warp through it. So, if we want... I'm trying to think. I'm still trying to think of a good name. What's something... Maybe... Would Robin or Bluebird be a good name for a rocket? Is Bluebird, like, already a name for a rocket? It was Rocket Car! Yes! Okay. Yes, that was... Those were the rocket cars that Dan Campbell made. But it doesn't look like it's an actual rocket itself. So I think Bluebird would be a good name for the rocket. On the other hand, it's not blue. That does kind of cause an issue. I would like it to be blue if I'm using that name, so maybe not. Or Blue Jay, either of those. If I get an bluer upper stage, that would be good. But no. What are species of birds? Like, common ones. Common species of birds are probably what I want to go for. Flighted birds, as well, I should add. It's the dove. I can name it like the dove or something. That might be thematically appropriate, because morning dove. Alright. Static or engine static fire here. Oh, it does have probe control. I think that does. This will just be a little engine to make sure that the rocket gets to space and that we don't leave any space debris up there. Alright. I think that's a good engine test. That'll be a good upper stage engine for a rocket. Blackbird would be another name, but that's already kind of used. Grackle would be an interesting one. I think Dove, or maybe like the Morning Dove. Yeah, I'll probably go like Morning Dove or something. Alright, so keep that engine. Give me this. Okay, do that. I need a battery. So this engine's been tested once. Unfortunately, its fuel tank has not been tested. Then I probably should have tested it there. But, oh well. I'll get the solar panels worked out later. For now, we'll just do this. So decoupler. Coupling. Okay, so we have those as options. Well, I think I had the caster decoupler last time. It's technically one of these interstages. Counts. Oh, it's not in here, it's more from here. We had one of those guys. We did have 2 fuel tanks here, and I'm trying to remember which ones. So, okay, we had one of those and one of those. Wait. No. We had one of these. Tank safety rating is a 9 on this one. Is your tank safety rating a 9? We have one previous reuse, or one previous use. Oh, you might not... Oh, this might not count. Scrapyard might not recognize this as a fuel tank. I don't know. Might be this. Okay, sorry. Background noise. Alright, so we had Alright, this could act as the, thing, but we need the engine first. So we had an engine here. Was it Mirabelle? No, it was not a Mirabelle. A swivel. It might have been... No, it would not have been that. Might have been... No. Oh, was it this? Yeah, okay, it's that one. Alright, so we had that, and then below that we had a, solid rocket boat, big solid rocket booster from here. Nova Punch. Alright, we had a payload fairing, too. And just quickly, at the very least, get the payload fairing on, although maybe not entirely built. And I think this was... I'd done that with it. Let's actually give it a smaller decoupler. Spin motor decoupler. What the? Okay, that's just for stability reasons. Alright. Coupling. Like... caster size 0, maybe? Or was it not a castor? Maybe I did use... I think I might have used a black arrow size 0. Although it is cheaper to go with the castor. Okay. This is looking like the rocket we had before. I need to add the 4 little winglets on it, which I believe... Canopus basic fins, it was blue steel winglets. Made out like so. Oh, okay, this is RCS thrusters on it. Alright, we need to enable staging on that. Okay, but here's the thing, is that this and this aren't looking to have much delta V. But I think that's because of where we're calculating it at. If we calculate it at a vacuum instead, yeah, suddenly we have 5,700 delta V. Yeah, we should have enough to get to orbit. So this already has an antenna in it. So I think I'm just going to go with one antenna. And let's build the... Okay, move that. Build the fairing upwards. Okay. Morning Dove is a potential name, but it's not something you can evolve, or Dove isn't something which sounds like you can evolve. You can't make a series out of that like you can, you know, Atlas, Delta, Thor, Titan. That would be something you'd be constricted to. How do you get all the BDB parts to work nice with the stock ones? I just downloaded them. I'm not sure I'm gonna get them to work nice with the stock ones. Yeah, there are so many. I think it should work well enough. And thank you for the follow, and welcome to the nameless follower group thingy. Or the... They had a name for... Somebody came up with a name earlier, I should have said that. Good, would have been a good brick joke. Hold up. No-namers. Apparently we're the no-namers. Okay. Okay, so it does recognize that as an antenna. I would say Aegina, but no. Artemis, no. Those exist. I need a name which is, like, distinctly... Not non-fiction. Maybe we'll go with like the Morning Dove or something. Problem is, if I wanted to translate it into Kerbalese, it would have to either be with something with like a K or backward Spanish, and I don't want to learn backward Spanish. All right, so we'll add the science payloads on slightly later. I want to get the launch pad done. So launch pad. We're using a general round, I believe, with a modular. That could be cool too. What is a Titan modular one like? Oh, that's not the base. That includes the base, though. Although I might just do the modular tower. Ah, maybe I'll do a Type 1. And we did do yellow. So I could do that, or I think we go back to the older one we had. Although, what is the Type 2 like? Too short. I do need to be part efficient here. Oh, platforms. I can shift some of the platforms away. I'll have the top platforms. How about? Shroud should be off. Yeah, I'll go red and yellow for those. Actually, no, I'll go gray. I'll go gray. I had them gray before. So clamp spread adjust should be about there. Yeah, default tall, move them in a lot more. That up till about there. Just a little touch of bolt spread. It'd be really cool seeing the fold down clamps just, you know, fold down and then this whole thing go up. Should lower that down. Maybe not that. Maybe about there-ish. Actually, you know what? That could be good. Or we could do top middle. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then we have our umbilicals here. Yeah, that's how we color the umbilical. Give that one a yellow and then give this one a white. Yeah, okay, gray drab on each of them. Then extension length adjust. I'll move this one up and a little bit to the side, about here-ish. Okay, raise umbilical. Okay, yeah, that looks reasonable. Same like the mockingbird or something. Like, I feel like it needs to be one name or one word, like 2 syllables at most, like Atlas, Titan, Delta, Thor. Um, 70 parts, 20 out of 30. I will need a probe name too. God damn it. Why do I need to name everything? Can I stop having to name everything? The probe's name will be... Thinking of like maybe something to do with a circle. Maybe we did something with that. Like circumference. I don't know, maybe the I'll name them... Maybe the radian. Yeah, let's call them the radian. Radian probe. Um... So this will be a, what would be a good name for the rocket? Still. The radian will be the probe. The rocket itself needs a name. Oh, you got, what, redstone in real life. Lapis. Let's go off the Minecraft theme. Lapis lazuli is a rocket. No. Plus it would have to be blue. Hmm. What are, like... let me just Google common species of birds. What the hell's a nuthatch? I'm gonna name it like the rock dove. Starling. Starling would be a good name. Let's look at the most common bird types in the U.S. So, doves, cardinals, robins, crows, sparrows, blackbirds, starling, goldfinch, goose, finch, woodpecker, mallard, pecker, sparrow, chickadee, tufted titmouse, go nuthatch, bugger, and mockingbird, and hawk grackle. I mean, we could do... what was the name I wanted to pick? I mean, we could do the Starling. If I type in Starling rocket, it looks like I don't get that. This will be a Starling 1. Let me... forget which way this is gonna face on launch. Maybe I do this. Okay, so save it. I'm gonna grab a screenshot. Full launch tower, thank you. Just gonna quickly put that in chat, or in a different room. I'm happy with the launch tower, though. That turned out well. So we still have 10 parts to play with, so 10 possible science parts. Although we are gonna need solar panels as well. No, that was not what I wanted to do. Alright, this should all probably be set up properly, so... first step is that, yes. Second step is... this. And the separation of the umbilicals. Third step is that staging, fourth step is that, fifth step is fairing. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll save that. And actually, no, we'll delete that, save it now. So I think last time I did have a set of deployable solar panels. Or maybe not. I thought I unlocked them. Must have relocked them again. So I lost my money and some of my tech stuff too, which is annoying. So I spent money to, you know, unlock parts, and it looks like I've lost some of them. I will say it is probably a good idea to get a tracking solar panel of some sort. A very expensive one, though. You can't hear me? Stream says it's working. Let me just check. Make sure that this is actually coming through Twitch. Let me just check. Make sure that this is actually coming through Twitch. Okay, we're good. That's a problem on his end, not mine. I think that getting those solar panels is actually probably a good idea. And these are sun tracking. That one is sun tracking. This one's also sun tracking. That's a big solar panel. Okay, so that will be able to extend and be able to track. But it's probably a good idea to also throw a backup in here. Just due to some of the risks posed. How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Okay. How much does the solar panel weigh? .0045, and then the antenna is... I'll just... Okay, seriously. The problem is this keeps closing on me the moment I find something to put it on. We can do that. Oh, yeah, we do have better landing legs now. That's good. Okay, we need science payloads on here. So we have 8 parts. Is that enough? So we have the battery, we have the fuel tank, we have that. You technically do have a reaction wheel, right? Yeah, you do. So we can aim it. Got an antenna, technically 2. I think it's technically 2 batteries. Okay, so I think this will be the base model for the Radian. Yeah, that'll be the base model for the Radian probe, or the Radian series. So now we're going to work on how this looks for Radian 1. Okay, so we've not even done, you know, this experiment before, or that experiment before. Well, let's just do a couple more simple ones here. You know, we'll do a thermometer. Yeah, we'll put a thermometer on there. And we'll put a film camera on there. We'll test out the power generation and power handling capabilities and see if we need, like, more batteries or something. Which is why I want only a small amount of experiments. We'll take 2 more. There we go. There's Radian 1. We have an SRB safety rating of 4. So what we're probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna get a engine test stand for all the different parts of a Radian. Well, not a Radian, a Starling, and I'm probably gonna, start testing them, and then eventually I'll probably only be testing the boosters. How much does this weigh? Oh, we're good. I think this is good. We've added it to the build list now. It's only about like 7,500 funds. Let's hope it. I forgot something. I forgot to check what the TWR is, because if the TWR is a little too high, that could cause issues. So. Alright. Edit. Because I might have to scrap that and rebuild it. If that TWR is too high for the SRB. So that'll take 12 days to build. That's actually not... doesn't take that long. And hopefully this will get us like straight to orbit. Because, I mean, this looks like an orbital class rocket. Alright, so, Delta V, sea level. Show all. TWR of 1.76. .07. 1.32. So that will go up at a decent speed. Okay, let's think about that actually, how much acceleration that's getting. Okay, that's an 87-second burn. Well, it's that you're accelerating at, what, 30% the speed of gravity, so about 3 meters per second second squared. So you get 3 meters. Or you get 3 meters. Okay, yeah. It'll go off the launch pad a little more slowly at that. But at the end of flight it would be very powerful, so... Maybe I will just go with this. I'll see how this works. If we need to throttle it back, we will. On a next one, since we have enough to afford 2 of these. So hopefully Radian 1 gets to orbit, and if it doesn't, we're just going to invest in Radian 2 and try that. Alright. Warp to complete with the tech. Oh, we have 3 parts available. What can I put them in? Might be good to put them in the VAB. I want to get rate 3 going at some point. Alright. Eventually we will start building like multiple rockets at a time, but actually having a build queue. But I think right now it's just better to do, take it one step at a time. Don't be doing a bunch of rockets. Make sure the first one works, and then start doing a bunch of rockets. Alright, roll out, warp to complete. And then warp to the next morning, because it's apparently nighttime again. I don't know why the game likes giving us nighttime so much. Um, yeah, warp to sunrise. I'll give it a little bit more time in the day. Let the sun get slightly higher. There we go. You know, make sure we can actually see. Alright. Time for the launch of Radian 1. This will be the 4th rocket launch of the campaign. I mean, we've had a low suborbital, 2 hop flights, one of which was a complete failure, one of which was, technically a success. It was a landing failure, but, I mean, we got the data we wanted. It did the one thing it did the one thing it was supposed to do perfectly, even though it didn't land. Or it had a hard landing. Okay, I'm sorry. This is I like this. I am happy with how the Radian one looks. All right, we're going for orbit. All right, throttle up. SAS enabled. Oh, we have a generator in there. There's actually a start fueling thing. Interesting. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff. Beautiful. Beagle has begun pitching downrange. Okay. Oh man, Starling zips up. And yeah. I mean, this is on 100% thrust. It probably shouldn't be. Starling passing 10,000 meters. No waterfall. It does have. I do have waterfall. It's just I don't think it's enabled for this part. Stage separation is now occurring. Starling is on a high trajectory at this point. The SRB is way overpowered. Confirmed stage separation. Confirmed second stage ignition. Confirmed fairing deployment. There we go, that's waterfall. We have officially reached space. Engine has been shut off temporarily. We will ignite again slightly later. Very high apoapsis, yes. I needed a bit better control over that SRB, but, you know, we're okay. Yeah, we have the Delta V to do this. So we're gonna keep burning. Actually, we're gonna start burning kind of downwards a little bit. Okay, I don't know what the parry apps on this stage is. We are currently at 150,000, or we're at 160 kilometers up, 3 minutes into flight. All right. Going for stage separation. Going for third engine ignition. We do believe Radian 1 is in orbit. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, we can't transmit that. Okay, we can transmit this one, though. Data from orbit has been transmitted. Let me just rename to, Radian 1. Radian 1 mission is successful! And the Starling rocket has proven itself, even if we do need to dial back the SRB. Yep. We've broken our altitude record. Our speed record, we've reached space. And we got both contracts complete. Oh, I'm happy. That went well. That was perfect mission success. That is perfect mission success. Although, the photo thing is an issue. But still. We are going to start producing Starling rockets. These will technically be, I guess they're gonna now be referred to as Starling 1As rather than just Starling 1s, since, I'm gonna dial back the thrust on the SRB. And then we will, have, you know, modifications on the Radian probe. Okay. So it's not quite enough to do much R&D yet, but that's still excellent. Okay, so now we have multiple things we can do. Okay, so once a bunch of stuff there, which we're not ready to do yet, but we have money now. Perform experiments around the Space Center. Yeah, we'll get the enter into space. We kind of did that. It's kind of like, oh hey, you know, progress up this, and we're just like, no, we're in orbit already. We did it. See? We skipped suborbital flight completely. We just went straight to orbit. We went from low altitude flight to orbit. Oh, I love this. Okay, so these are two from orbit of Kerbin. So these are Blue Dog Design Bureau. So yeah, those things are a specific satellite. Okay, what is this? Send a craft in space around Kerbin, perform the requested experiments. So what does it want? Orbital Sun Observatories, material study, and then the visible light camera. It's low in space and high in space. You could try the moon. Or Minmus. Although I think it's better if we try to launch some relay sats. Actually, one idea would be to get some more, or get some ground relay stations and build an aircraft to fly them out. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay. Or maybe even just like a probe aircraft and just have it land there and just sit. Or you know, we'd land the aircraft and then we recover the aircraft. That's easier. And just deploy some, you know, ground relay stations in various places. We have a lot of parts. Okay, just quickly, if I wanted to check what ground relay, or what I have for relays. Let's just place a pod down. Some of these, so it is wanting me to deploy some of those specific satellites. With that other contract, which I'm not sure I'm ready to do yet. A Blue Dog is. Oh, we have a crew ladder. That's good. I also thought we could try to recover something from space. Although, maybe not yet. I think I do want more ground stations for that. Unless it, maybe it does have a bunch of the Kerbin ground stations. Okay, communication. Okay, we need antenna type relays, so that's a relay. I might get that. So most of these right now are just direct antennas. It's apparently a really far-reaching antenna, probably good to get. That's a relay, a relatively smaller one. That's a cheap relay antenna. Oh, that one's tiny. Probably use that on stuff, actually. Might be a good one to grab as well. Okay, so I think that's it for the relay antennas. So if we wanted to use one, we'd probably either use that or this guy. Probably a good relay antenna. If we did want to build ground-based relay, maybe I'll go to the tracking station and just check where stuff is. I think the main thing we need to be doing right now is making money. So maybe I do take one of those. I probably should take one of those other launch contracts and put a satellite other than put a non-Radian satellite on there. Okay. Oh wait, we do have multiple ground stations tracking stuff here. So that's where it's wanting me to survey. I'm not particularly wanting to go there. It is. I think it's completely possible to use this rocket to send probes to the moon and min-miss. Um, I think that's very doable at this point. Problem is getting them into orbit while still having contact. That could prove to be a problem. There's probably trajectories you could go around the moon to make that not a problem. Maybe we take relay satellite around the moon. Can I upgrade mission control? I barely have the funds to do it. I'm not doing it yet. So I'm strongly considering taking this now. I'm actually trying to get a relay antenna around the moon. Although I think it would require... I mean... Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to take that yet or before I upgrade the VAB. Okay. Okay, so satellite... Um... How much are these going for? Apoapse between those two altitudes, periapse below that altitude. Okay. Eccentricity... Wait, eccentricity is, What the hell is confirming orbit? Oh, that must be how long it takes. Yeah, okay. Inclination between 77.7 and 102. Achieve a near circular polar orbit. So this would... Yeah, that would be launching polar. Achieve a specified. So that's polar. Inclination. Okay, so we'd have to launch this one more that way. I think we could do a polar launch though, and try to get one of these contracts which is worth a little more. This one actually. I don't know how expensive that is. Okay, so what are the rewards for this? So it's costing us about 8,000 to launch this. So our completion, yeah, it's costing about our completion. So we're getting the advance and we're getting all this. Which, let's see. So these two are about 10,000. 10,000 there. Looks like about 20,000 from this contract. It would be at a very high apoapsis though. Okay. So it must be a new vessel. So I want to see if the parts they're talking about are specific parts, or if that is something where it can launch a modified radian to fulfill these roles, fulfill those contracts. Because yeah, I would say I'm very happy with how the rocket turned out. I should probably be ordering more boosters. Yeah. But we need to work up to a VAB upgrade, really. The other issue is, you know, getting some juicy moon contracts would be nice. But I'm just not confident that we can reach out to that distance yet. If I look at some of these satellites, so log charged particles. Okay, those are just telemetry reports. Log telemetry on that thing. I want to say, if they say, you know, when they say OOS, if that is actually something here. I don't think it is. Okay. Start exploring the moon would be interesting. So, splash down at Kerbin. Interesting. How much would this be? These are worth a lot. So, okay, so it looks like with this, we would be needing to send two of these. Okay, two of these each. So, what do we have? Orbital Sun observations, material studies, and visible light cameras. So let's see what science experiments we have that can do those. Just, you know, see what options we have. Because I will put this into a high Earth orbit, or not high Earth orbit, high Kerbin orbit. Oh, probably something where it swings up high and swings down low. Okay, so we go to science. So we need what? Material study. You are experiment. Okay, so that's the material study right there. So we would need a science junior. Let's load up a Starling Radian here. So we would need one of those. Yeah, that cannot fit on a Starling Radian. Unless there's another material study somewhere. Maybe this is better? That's slightly more feasible. That could be good for future manned flights. I probably do want the experimental storage unit. What about this? Okay. That would require significant modification. I'm not wanting to design a new rocket right now, so I don't think we're taking that contract. Cancel. On the other hand, let's limit the thrust. So we'll try to get a better... We'll try to see for a better experiment. Or, if there is something where we are forced to do a specific type of satellite. Okay. What was I doing here? Oh no, I was supposed to go to the other thing. Oh wait, no, I need to open up the... Oh wait, no, we have that. Okay, cool, that's good. I wanted to go to the mission thing and just see what parts we need. And then we'll get an engine test set going for Starling on the runway. Well, it might be the case where I can only test, like, one Starling thing at a time. Okay. Yeah, I think Starling's just too heavy for multiple tests. So, that's polar, that's polar, that's polar. Tag KH4 to find components. Nimbus, OSO, and OGO. So I hope that that gives me a little bit of freedom. Part of me wants to try... I mean, part of me wants to try the more simple one. Part of me wants to try the, polar launches. I might go with the polar launches, honestly. That might be smarter. Oh, right. I don't know my trajectories right now. Because I don't have that research. I need a better tracking station. Crap. Okay. That's made the set in a little more. Um, so we have orbital capability. The problem is we don't have precise orbital tracking yet. Um, it might be smart to upgrade the tracking center first. So I need to think about how to make money. Make a lot of money quickly. Because we do have that one contract which will get us some money. I did not mean to go into the tracking station. Yeah, if we can get the tracking station upgraded one level, that will help a lot. Maybe I can look at strategies to do that. Yeah, because I don't have my Perry apps and Apple apps listed. Okay. Okay, tracking station. That's a lot to upgrade. Okay. Well, let's check here. Can I get more upgrades? No, I can't. So we can place a relay satellite in orbit around Midmiss. I mean, we could try for this. I think we could get there. Although... Oh, no, I'm not sure we can. I think we need the upgrade. I think we gotta test stuff. What does... Hold on. Observed curb and shores and deserts from space. That's interesting. Okay. So we got high in space, low in space. So we got gravity scan, orbital mapping data. Gravity scan and orbital mapping data is what we need. There's also the thought of doing a return with this mission. Although probably not. It'll probably be something where I have the antenna. Okay, so gravity scan and orbital mapping data. Those are the two things we need. I'm going to see if I can fit those on, because if we can fit those on, that will be a contract we take and go for. And hopefully get the tracking station upgraded, so that, you know, once the tracking station's upgraded, we can start doing stuff. And start doing more complicated missions. Yeah. It's like, at the very start, though, you have a lot of, you know, difficult choices to make. Do you go for, you know, are you going for the tracking station, get better trajectories? Are you going for the mission control to get more objectives? Or are you going for, you know, something else? Or not mission control. Yeah, VAB for heavier rockets. You have like 3 good choices at the start. Okay, so science payloads. You are reduced, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, 1.32, that'll be fine. Science, yes. Okay. So we need gravity scan and orbital mapping data. Okay, so that's gravity data. That might actually be a good science one to take. Okay, that's a oh god. Okay, so gravity data is very expensive. Okay, so those perform mapping surveillance. I think we have to bite the bullet and get that sensor. I'll accept that contract. Even though I think we are going to lose money on it, you know, getting the additional science tool for later contracts is probably still a good deal. This will launch, or this will be Radian 2. Should be yeah, we should be able to launch it over. We will just need to pass it between kind of a low Kerbin orbit and a high Kerbin orbit. Let me just check. What altitude is low Kerbin orbit? Does it? What does it say? What does it define it as? Looking for information on this. Might be like below 200 kilometers or something. But I think we're gonna do this. So yeah, gravity scan and orbital mapping data. Even though the gravity scan is like really expensive. Actually, it looks like we need to do a lot of them. That could be a problem. Is that a resettable experiment? I need to check. Oh, it is rerunnable. Yes, good. So we could, you know, take that, transmit it, and then rerun it. So we only need one. But I want Starling 1A. So this will be Radian. Well, I mean, this would be Radian 2. But we do need to also do the engine, the booster test. So we need one of those. Simply put, right there. Work right. Okay, so we need that. And then we need orbital mapping data. Is that on some of the probes? Oh, you can log charged particle data too. Interesting. Should have done that. I should do that on the current existing one. That's signals intelligence. I don't know if that's actually something you can do in this, though. Okay, so I think orbital mapping data is, oh, wait, that's antennas. I need science. Actually, could that be done with, like, some, the cameras? So the camera thing is here. I think so. What are you? Perform surveillance. Okay, so that's mapping surveillance. So they are resettable. They're not rerunnable. Any other cameras then? So that's only gonna take photographs. Might be a good one to grab though. Maybe that one too. But I think we're gonna need to just carry along like... Ah, crap. Oh, these are way too big. I should not have accepted this contract. Alright, we'll have to have a Starling with a extended fairing. That. Me? Yeah, okay, cool. There we go, Starling with an extended fairing. So we're gonna call it an A-E, I think. So that will have the larger fairing. Okay. So it is not rerunnable. We almost need to take 2 of these. At which point I think I'm gonna swap out the control block for something else. What's something else with a good reaction wheel in it? I mean, you have one. This isn't going to be a Radian satellite. I need a slightly larger fuel tank down here, I think. Hold on, what engine is that? That was this guy. I need that guy back. Probably need a new fuel tank, just a smaller one. This is, that's 0.625, so I need a smaller 0.625, so that's a 1.25. Yeah, we need a 0.625. That guy, that will work. Solar panel wise, we probably need larger solar panels. We're at 21 parts out of 30. These guys have a little bit more charge per second. That was what we were using though. Actually, you know what? Here. Let's take this and put it back here instead. And then we will just, I'll just clip this into this. Yeah, this will be the mission. So this will cost 13,000 to perform. The contract should be worth more than that. Right, so that's all correct. What are these two? What are these two decouplers up here? Something seems off with the Bloodhound. Okay, so what do we call this? So this is more of a surveillance satellite. Let's say... Ooh, let's come up with a name. Let's come up with a name for this, sat. So... I'm gonna try a backronym here. Surveillance. That's gonna be the first word. What would be the second one? I want something which starts with P. Okay, so this is a terrain surveillance satellite. Terrain surveillance. Maybe we just call it like TSS. Oh, I kind of want to backronym it somehow. So yeah, this is UI design for what again? What specifically? I need the specific term. That is mapping surveillance. So this is, okay, so this is a mapping satellite. So let's try, yeah, we'll put mapping, or put M for mapping on there. What are some other, what can I do with that? It's a mapping satellite. It is, okay, so we're mapping Kerbin mapping, or mapping Kerbin, so KM or MK is an option. I need like a word which starts with A. Gravity and mapping. Okay, surveillance and mapping, or mapping and surveillance. Mapping and... I want something which starts with P. Mapping and something surveillance. We could do MATS. MATS 1. Do MATS 1. Mapping and terrain surveillance. No, mapping and... No, we'll call it MAX 1. Mapping and Kerbin surveillance 1. Oh. Max 1. Max 1. Okay. Okay, so I will save it, but we're not launching it yet. So this fuel tank needs to be tested. That is a blue steel size 0. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make it black. Okay, so that should be everything, right? Yeah, because we do have the battery there. I think getting the backup solar panel with the battery on it would be the last major thing I need to do. So, this guy. Put right there. So I will save that. I will leave. I'm going to go to the space plane hangar and basically get stuff for this rocket ready. You know, do an engine test, and probably also do multiple other engine tests at the same time. You know, make sure we're within tonnage limitations. I assume spaceplane hangars' tonnage limitations are the exact same as the VABs right now. But anyway, yeah. First goal, test the solid rocket boosters. Also probably get another engine tested in this area. And then also make sure to get the probe core tested. Probably a couple more probe cores. Probably good to just put a bunch of probe cores on this craft so that I have, you know, several more so I have some Radian satellites as well as, you know, these larger ones ready, just, you know, capable of going. All right, so this is what we got. That's our main booster. How much? Yeah, 18 tons. So if we put 2 of these in, already past that limit. However, we remove some of the fuel. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Smoke Cocoa. Yes, I'm playing Kerbal Space Program. What I'm gonna do here is do engine tests, or get an engine test rig set up for my current Starling rocket. So I want to get modular launch pads. Let me do a tower type stand. Okay, so that's the stand. Could do engine type like this. Actually, you know what? Let's go cradle. Although with cradle we only get 1. I mean, no, I'd put like multiple beside each other just for testing purposes. But there's also the thought we could get just a bigger launch stand instead and put them all on there. Like Titan 3 stand would be an option. Let's try that Titan 3 stand. So this is the SRB we need. Turn off the shroud. This is 10 tons. So, no to that. Let's do the cradle stand then. Because that only masses in at 1 ton. But we are gonna just stick a lot of engines on it rather than just, you know, 1. Yeah, it looks like they're mounted. All 3 of them are mounted. Yeah, we still have a lot of tons to work with. This here is 3 rockets, or you know, enough testing for 3 rockets at once. So I know we use a vanilla fuel tank. Only one of those right now. I honestly, I might anticipate launching the larger satellites more consistently. So maybe I'll only use the larger, not only use, but you know, have 1 radian or 1 radian thing to the other things. But those should prepare a lot more quickly, and eventually I'll probably only have to assess the solid rocket boosters after maybe, you know, 2 of these. Okay, so I need engines. So in this case, I want yeah, Timtaris, like that. Then on top of this, we need... So one of these is going to need this fuel tank. That one's going to need that fuel tank. The other ones need, I believe it's this guy. Yes. On top of this, they need to test. Which engine was it? This engine. And then for control purposes, yeah, we're still fine. This is 3 rockets right here, basically. You know, this is 3 rocket tests. Actually, let's just not have any fuel in these. Actually, no, probably smart, because I don't think you can transfer fuel across this. Okay, so then on top of this, we need our pods. So, gonna have one of those there. So that it's tested, as well as a battery. I think getting the battery in would be good, too. On both these ends, we do that, but instead of that, we have, what is it? Where is it? This guy, yes, there we go. Okay, so this will be the Starling Run, test rig 1. And I'm gonna order 2 of them. So I will be building 6 launch vehicles. I'm gonna need to be right back real quickly, but I will start resuming until, you know, the first of the tests is ready. We'll get the first test done, we'll recover the first test, and then we will work on our next Starling mission. Well, actually, it's MECTS, I believe. Yeah, M-A-K-T-S. Um, Let me just make sure that's written down. No. Yeah, it is that. Yeah, Urban Terrain Survey is what I called it. Okay. I will do the fast forward now. Actually, we need to do the fast forward to 7 days for the test rigs. Or, you know, for the first test rig at the very least. Okay, now I'll be right back. Alright, I am back now, also with donut holes. And I should probably remove the be right back screen. Yeah, we can just launch it. Let's do a test run. Alright, here we go. I'm sorry, I'm like half mute. I'm spending some time muted right now because I'm eating a donut hole. But yeah, this should test everything, so, Alright. One of them did have a failure. But you know, that's good. That's good for the future still. Because this means that all these are tested and all their reliability is going to be higher. We'll just do normal recovery. Okay. So now we have some actual tested parts we can use. So I'm to start assembling mechs. Alright, this will be the first Starlink 1A launch. Or Starlink 1A launch, sorry. I'm going to constantly get it confused with the real-life Starlink. Just expect that at this point. Okay. Should probably just check the delta V calculations. Still showing 1.26. I think we're fine. Alright. Make sure all that's in order. Yep, ignition of the SIB first. Make sure it works, and then those. Two previous uses on one of them? What? It counted the one I dropped. I think. Okay, so the one with 2 previous uses should just be discarded. So yeah, it counted the one I dropped. That's odd. So the first one I sent up must have, just had some sort form of recovery system. Okay, so that is one previous use. So apparently this one does have some boil off. Okay, tank safety rating 9. That's a 9. Alright. I think. Oh, that's how I save edits. Okay. I'm not doing that yet. Alright, I'm pretty certain that's ready to go. Alright, so then we'll get the next test rig done. That's going to take 18 days, it looks like. Yeah. And we can't accept a new contract in the meantime, so, get more upgrades yet? No, I can't. Can't even really get more tech yet. Um... Alright. Second, okay, this will be the third... I think this will be third generation, test? Or, yeah, this will be a third generation test flight. Or, this should be the third generation of the SRBs. I mean, this will get us to, having, basically 5 Starlings on standby. Alright. Test ignition. All engines looking good. So all rocket boosters have burned out. We've shut down main engines. Test firing is complete. Those will go on to serve on another set of Starling missions. Another set of Starlings. So that'll get us through Starling 1. That'll get us through the 7th flight of it. Okay. Warp to the completion of Max. Alright, roll her out. It's gonna take 30 minutes. It's our primary mission is... Okay. So we have 2 orbital mapping datas we're gonna need to get. Actually, I really hope that, you know, this is actually correct, the orbital surveillance. I should probably just, like, check that. Okay, I'm just checking, make sure it's not, you know, something obvious I'm missing. Is that a jetpack? No, that's a surface hydrometer. It's science. Still just really wanting to make sure about this and try to figure out where it could be located. You know, I want to make sure I have the right science module on this mission. Not gonna suddenly get it done and be like, oh hey, I don't have this done yet. If anywhere, it would probably be here. So we got space telescope. Sentinel is observation data. Surface feature. No, where we are stick. God. Of course, why is that a thing? Observe sun, measure solar wind telemetry. I think we have the right experiment. I think so. I'm not fully confident we have it, but I think so. Okay, let's launch. We should be on the pad now, right? All right. Time to launch Max. So I think this will probably be the last launch for today. I've been going a while. I probably will want to be done after this launch and start working on the spreadsheet. So yeah, 6 hours and 5 rocket launches. God, I'm launching less than a rocket an hour. Some of that's loading time. Some of that is double checking everything. Some of that's figuring out all the parts. Some of that's the crash. I don't know why that happened, but okay. Just gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Okay, those are all the messages. All right. That's in or hold on. Vehicle is on internal control. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Lift off. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Liftoff of the, what rocket is this? God damn it! Starling, Starling 1. Second flight of the Starling 1 carrying the Max, mapping satellite. This satellite will scan the deserts and oceans of Kerbin. And possibly other areas if needed. Vehicle has continued to pitch downrange. We're coming up on... I assume we're hitting max Q at this point. Yeah, we're coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure. Maximum heating. SRB shut off. Successful staging. Successful second stage ignition. Had an issue. Throttling up. Okay. We've had an issue. We've had a problem. Stage is currently tumbling. Okay, you know what? Keep us going this way. Stage is back under control. Fortunately, that's cost us a large percentage of our liquid fuel. I think this version of the Starling is going to need 3 additional fins, small fins located here. Possibly better control. Alright, second stage burnout, staging, third stage ignition. Third stage shut off. The satellite will coast to a higher altitude. Okay, so we did try again in space low. Alright, this is space high over Kerbin. We have confirmed that. Well, what biome are we over? High over Kerbin's water. Is that one of the ones we need? High in space. Okay, Kerbin shores, deserts, deserts, and shores. Alright. We've had successful solar panel extension. We've had successful extension. Despite some flipping, Max is in space. Rename vessel. Our Max 1 is in space. And you are definitely a probe. And I'm pretty certain we're in orbit. We are going to shut down the engine and toggle off the fuel right now, just to prevent possible failures. So, oh, nice. Pilot focus, engineer focus, scientist focus. Enter into space. This is just the beginning, yes. Actually, you know what? Data is being transmitted. Actually, I'm gonna rotate it this way around. Okay, so we need to get it over Kerbin shores. Keep it extended. Oh, is it? Just gotta get lucky with this. Time it right. We did not get lucky there. We are passing over shores right now. Transmit the data. Yep. We got a contract parameter complete. Just check. Okay, so orbital mapping data. Oh yeah, we need to get high over Kerbin's desert too. Okay, so now we're just above. We're still getting that. New data. We need to make sure that you don't re-enter anything. I don't think you will. We are just in orbit. We are barely in orbit. I have... That was cutting it really close. Okay. Gonna be passing over the desert soon. Alright. And okay, inoperable after transmitting. Okay. We got that contract parameter complete. Yes, how much of that contract do we need? So, Kerbin Shores. That's just above Kerbin's deserts. Once it gets above Kerbin Shores, I will perform the mapping surveillance. Base just above Kerbin Shores. Yes! Alright, last one. We need to be high in space above the desert. Which means a couple more orbits. Probably. There we go. Okay, last one, I do believe, right? Okay, cool. Is that it? No, we need the gravity scan over Kerbin Shores low in space. Okay. So I think once we're below 300,000 meters, we're okay. So then... Actually, this is a good portion to try. Alright, wait until that says Kerbin Shores, and then we, hit it. Nope, we're too high. So, we're above 250 kilometers. Alright, so... You might need to get... What point are we low in space? Below 250 kilometers. Okay. Okay, we're too high over there. Just above Kerbin Shores. Transmit the data. That is a successful mission. We have completed the contract. So that is 2 successful satellite launches. Although I might want to quickly go to the other one. Actually, the other one seems to be stable for the moment. I might want to quickly just raise the periaps a little bit, so now that I'm realizing precisely how close it is. I'll do that real quickly, and then we'll be done. Once Radian, we'll raise Radian 1's periaps. Yeah, it looks like the Starling 1 is a very good launch vehicle. Despite literally flipping out of control. We will need to figure out some aero surfaces for that to prevent that from happening in the future. I think we can have like 3 parts to spare. I think we'd have enough. I'm gonna just slightly increase the periaps of Radian 1 though. But yeah, 2 successful satellite launches. And a successful launch vehicle. I'll be back, you know, after this, I'll be back some other time, hopefully in a few days, to continue the campaign. And, you know, keep launching. Actually, that could even be tomorrow if I feel like it. Little Radian 1. Right, we're just gonna increase that a little bit. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm probably not gonna go, I mean, unless you guys have someone to recommend. Let me just check if any friends are streaming on Twitch if I want to raid anyone. They did get hosted by, did get hosted earlier, but I'm not, I'd have to see if anyone's playing Kerbal Space Program or not. People are. Oh no, live channels. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 channels live with Kerbal Space Program. But I don't know. I'm not feeling too much like a host right now. I don't know who I'd go for and what I'd do. I know I got hosted earlier. I've been lazy. If I still had like 10 people, I'd probably do it. Yeah, if I had 10 people, I'd do it. But 5, or if I had 8 or something, I'd do it. In semi-active chat, I'd do it. But I, I feel like probably not right now. I'll also decide what tech to research next time. So, thank you everyone for watching. This has been me, No Name 117 Spore. I will be back with this hopefully in a few days, and yeah, that'll be great. I like Kerbal. Kerbal is a great game, very fun. So yeah, I will see you all then. If you happen to like this, I have links to my Discord, YouTube, and Twitter down below. YouTube is where I upload these live streams after the fact. Discord, you can join for notifications on the live streams, and Twitter exists where I argue about spaceflight, which is actually somewhat relevant to this game for once, instead of, you know, the normal naval games I play, like Rule of Waves 2 and From the Depths. And if this happens to go up on YouTube after the fact, I'll probably try to make that happen. Then, of course, a YouTube link would be redundant, so there's a Twitch link below instead, but the other 2 links are also in the description, so you can find everything you want. Thank you, everyone, for showing up and commenting, and, you know, Rockcello and JM Studios for following, and, yeah, I will see you guys next time. And thank you for the Christmas wishes there. I will try, but it's very possible I livestream this tomorrow on Christmas Eve. Do not count me out. Anyways, yeah, thank you. And, yeah. Bye! That was a better one. That was a longer one. Man, I'm really gonna get Starlink and Starlink confused, aren't I? And my brain's just gonna say Starlink launch at some point when I mean Starling launch. Because I've changed up one letter because it's the name of a bird. Why am I like this? I don't know. Alright. Bye, and if I don't see you tomorrow, have a Merry Christmas, and I would say Happy New Year, but I'll probably be back before then. And if you're watching this on YouTube, there is a very good chance that, you may not be seeing this before Christmas. Or even the New Year. Alright, bye.